How is Neon? Are you okay? No. Wait, what happened? Who was after you?
Take a look at the ship's sensor data. I think everybody needs to see this.
All right, I'll start transferring the data over now. Let me just bring it up on here at the table. Is that a prototype? No, that material isn't anything we... What the... Everyone, come take a look at this.
That's no faction vessel or Crimson Fleet. Secret military tech, maybe?
No United Colonies Admiral approved that starship design.
They call themselves the Starborn. Demanded we hand over the artifact. Like we were children, playing with their parents' things.
What do people know? Any offshoot groups go by that name?
None in any corner of the settled systems I've seen. Maybe a distant human colony finally popping its head up. Another house for Rune.
I very much doubt that.
We ignoring the obvious here? A heretofore unknown group who just happens to know about the artifacts. I'm just gonna say it. Intelligent alien life, or extra-dimensional beings. The original creators from the furthest fringes of space.
Or beyond even that. Is the metaphor of avenging angels coming down to keep humanity from forbidden knowledge not apt here?
So, we have a lot of theories, but nothing concrete. Except that they're after the artifacts, and they're willing to take them by force.
No settled systems lab made these things, and I doubt one of them made that ship either.
So, we got some weird extra-dimensional beings that coincidentally decide to build their spacefaring vessels exactly like we do. Not so sure about that.
Noel, start analyzing all the data from the ship sensors. The gravitational wave they caused, scans of their weapons, shields, everything. We're in the dark. We need to learn anything about them we can, including some way to fight them if necessary. Until then, we stay the course, collect the artifacts. It's even more important now that an intelligence we don't know or understand is looking for them. That ship could be anywhere in deep space. Even if we got lucky, a single grav jump and we'd lose them. All we can do is be more cautious, but we are not stopping. This could end up being a race we don't want to lose. Vladimir, has the Eye picked up anything new?
Some glints of shine in the dark. Ready to hand them out as soon as you please.
All right. Good luck, everyone. And be careful out there. When you have I'd like to see these.
I appreciate it, Chad. I'd like to talk to you about
So now isn't the best time.
chance.
But I need to talk with you later.
I've occasionally had my doubts about Constellation as an investment. But now, well, it's clearly money well spent. Not my first time in a hostile negotiation, as you well know. Admittedly, I usually know more about who I'm facing off against. I'm very interested in what Noel can learn from the scans. The technology on that ship was impressive, to say the least. If there's a chance, we could learn enough to duplicate some of it. Oh, I'm not arguing otherwise. But at the end of the day, I do own a corporation based around building spaceships. You can't blame me. Oh, right. I was afraid you were going to bring that up again. Very well. Let's see if I embarrass myself or not. My colleagues, I venture out into the darkness of space once again. Many of you have expressed concern. At my age, you say, surely the risks are too great. Surely Sebastian Banks has earned a rest. Nonsense, I say. To go out into the unknown, to brave the possibility of never coming back, to ignite the spark of hope that humanity will find answers out there in the stars, that is all I have ever wanted. If this last expedition is my time, then I say, I have been fortunate. I have been fortunate to leave, surrounded by people who could not be more different from one another, but who share a common purpose. That, dare I say, I am fortunate. My soul has a home it can always come back to. And that was the last thing Sebastian Banks ever said in the lodge before he disappeared. And Constellation has been waiting for him to come home ever since. I want you to know I was very impressed with your work back on Neon. I'm beginning to wonder if there's anything you can't handle. I'd like to test that theory. My Star Yard's been having a little trouble getting our next project off the ground. I need someone capable and decisive to step in and steer it in the right direction. Interested? Of course, now that I know you're interested. It's a new ship. We want to diversify our fleet. Now, I don't know why the people I pay very handsomely to come up with new designs can't seem to get out of the R&D phase. And frankly, I don't care. I just want someone, you, to go there and show them how it's done. I did not. Part of the problem is that my designers seem to be having trouble agreeing on a plan. I should mention that you're not there to make design decisions. You're there to get the project back on track and help guide them. So, ideally, you're not adding to the problem. Excellent. I'll send word ahead to the project lead, Jules Degante, that you're taking point. They'll all be instructed to listen to you and follow your direction. I expect big things from you, so I'm excited to see what you manage to deliver. I don't believe you'll let me down.
Sorry. I was lost in a memory for a moment there. How can I help?
Well,
Neon. You think it would be peaceful with all those calm waters and beautiful sunsets.
I don't have much time.
But I can't think of any town that's more stressful. Reusion,
wasn't born yesterday.
Infinity LTD. And there you were, navigating corporate bureaucracy like a professional.
That a 15th century edition of Aquinas' Summa Theologica is out there. I've been asking a few questions in my
Neon does that to folks.
Maybe this
They're
one
sure
was
thinking
another
it'll be
last
one
time.
way, get addicted to this and that. It's designed to reel in more than just the fish. Look, I know Neon is going to be Neon, no matter what any of us do about it. But I'm glad you put a stop to that neural amp tech. Nothing good was going to come from that. They could control groups, armies. They could have become a military power. I guess we'll find out if we can trust them if you suddenly start coming after all of us, huh? Ha ha ha. But seriously though, I'm watching you. Anyway, not that I care a ton about the internal politics of some ethically dubious megacorp, but... So, Masako, huh? I mean, between her and Ularu Chen, I get it, but you don't trust her, do you? Well, I trust you, and I'm glad the choice was yours and not mine. Anyway, you didn't happen to pick up any investment tips while you were in there? Just kidding. I don't even want to know.
I don't know. I have a lot of work
Hey,
to do.
when you're not
Analyzing
busy,
some of Sam's
let's
recent
chat.
data from the field.
Well, if it isn't our own ranger. I hope you're not taking the job permanently.
The way that I could get here. My work is all I have. No wealth, no connections. And my timing is all wrong. Maybe I'll take you up on that seat sometime. After I get some more work done.
Costume party coming up, huh? Anyway, it suits you. Anyway, I'm just glad Ron Hope is gone. Those farmers are gone. But you prevented the next group of people from suffering. It was a hard choice that you made, but I'm proud of you, Captain.
Always a pleasure.
What's new? Am I ready to hop into a ship and explore the galaxy with you? More like our...
Ron Hope was a real piece of work, wasn't he? Really? How could you let that go from your mind? He held innocent people with little regard, treating their lives like numbers on a balance sheet. It's an absolute disgrace. I'm relieved to hear you say that. Letting him off the hook would have been a terrible injustice. Had you taken the money, this would have been a very different conversation. I'm proud of you. It took a lot of integrity to say no to that offer. No, it certainly isn't. Especially when it comes at the expense of human lives. Well, I think I've lectured you enough. Thanks for taking the time to listen to me. I have something I need to discuss with you.
Man, galaxy's too big to be stuck in the same
Handling those tricky decisions regarding Ryujin must have been difficult. In fact, I'm amazed you were able to deal with them at all. Those types of corporations remind me why I never ventured into business. I can't stand that way of life. It is disgusting. And I'm pleased you recognized that Ryujin almost made a grievous error in judgment. After all, based on your recommendation, they've ceased their work on that disturbing neuroamp technology. Why wouldn't I be pleased about your decision? Can you imagine if that technology had fallen into the wrong hands? The awful things you could force people to do. Oh, it's terribly frightening. Yes, quite. Well, I've certainly taken up enough of your time. Thanks for letting me get that off my mind.
Freestar Rangers. You did their dirty work and then some. So how'd you feel wearing the badge? I know exactly how you feel. Me, I never cared much for being a ranger. Too many of them try to force the world to be only black and white when it's anything but. Take Ron Hope. I mean, the guy's a legend. Before him, Polvo was a desperate, depressing place. Everything he did was to keep his people employed, to keep Hope Tech standing in a backstabbing world of megacorp politics. I really hope you're wrong. But you probably aren't. Tough call on what to do with Ron Hope. Taking his hush money wouldn't have set right with me. But I wonder what's gonna happen to Hopetown without him. Fingers crossed. As much fun as it is being a ranger, I hope you can start focusing on Constellation business. There's plenty of mysteries left in the good old Milky Way to discover. You got time for a quick
I do
chat?
not know if you recall my suggestion,
able.
but if Cora ever...
Of all the places in the galaxy, only Neon can make me feel so damn oily. And you dealt with its absolute worst. Ryujin, Infinity LTD, all of it. You doing all right? That was a lot. Of course you are. You're tougher than me. How come no matter how advanced society gets, we still just can't help coming up with new horrors to inflict on ourselves? Mechs, xeno-warfare, and now this neuroamp tech. I swear, it's the worst yet. Thank God you put a stop to it. Amen to that. With a piece of work like Ryujin, I know there isn't a good person to put in charge. I mean, I guess Masako's better than Ularu Chen, but you just know if violence or being just plain evil was the path of least resistance, then Masako would pick it same as Ularu. You're right. I know you're right. Well, the whole damned affair is over. Thank God.
As much as I love uncovering new questions, I wouldn't mind.
I hope
if
Cora
your
doesn't get
answers
too much.
now and
Yeah,
then.
I was done too.
It's been quieter around here ever since Vladimir went to live on the Eye full-time. You mean what could be the biggest discovery in the history of humanity? Yeah, I've got some thoughts. Scans are still inconclusive, but I think we've seen enough to know that we're dealing with something potentially even more unusual than the artifacts. There are so many questions, beyond just who are they? How did they find you? How do they know about the artifacts? Why has no one ever seen?
Thank you. But that is not a subject I wish to
They did openly threaten you, as I understand it. I'd say that's something to worry about. It was one thing when this was just about us investigating the artifacts. A weird phenomenon that didn't come with creepy threats or questions about aliens or whatever it is that's going on now. I know we'll figure it all out in the end. It's just kind of a lot right now. Stay safe, okay?
I feel like I've been waiting my whole life for this.
Your investigation with the Freestar Rangers has come to an end. Are you satisfied with the results? I suppose not. This Ron Hope, supposedly a man of the people, was more concerned with profit than lives. He was not the first, and certainly will not be the last. In the end, he was just a man, and died like any other. At least he will no longer be able to prey on others. I am unsure that death was preferable to justice, but at least the situation is over, and there is no question who was to blame. No, he did not. A very poor decision on his part. Perhaps a lesson to be learned by others who would break the law. At least while you serve as Ranger. No, I would rather not. And I sincerely hope that has not been your main motivation. Shall we find some other adventure to our...
Gave up my room in the lodge so Andreja had a place to...
I suppose now you can add climbing the corporate ladder to your list of accomplishments. I think it is perhaps for the best that the research program will come to an end. Where that neuroamp technology could lead, there are many bad outcomes. Too many. Except you, perhaps. You do still have one in your head. I consider this to be a much safer outcome than nearly any other. And before you joke, yes, that is a compliment. And if you are the only one with this neuroamp, I know exactly who to keep an eye on. I suggest you keep that in mind. With the neuroamp matter settled, we should move on to other things, yes? If you have the time, I wish to speak to you. Never would I have imagined to encounter something like these Starborn. Now I feel that rather than having answers, we only have more questions. I think many have felt that way at one time or another, but to see them in person is something else, is it not? Regardless of how impossible they may have seemed before now, I must say that I do not like being threatened by anyone. If so, what would that be? Clearly, these Starborn are connected to the artifacts, which would mean that they are also connected to that temple you found. Did they make these things? Have they appropriated them? This all implies there is something more, something... Yes. Given our... we will need to be on our guard from now on. They seem to know much about us. Whether we learn more or not, I now have a difficult decision to make. I must decide whether to report this to House Barun. Yes, perhaps that is for the best. I would not wish to send them information now that turns out to be incorrect later. I do appreciate that I can trust you with this. It is good to have someone to talk to. And I appreciate that greatly. We should return to our search then. There's still so much to do.
Ever since I got here, this is
I wanted to talk to you, but honestly, I don't know where to begin. The Starborn's technology is simply astonishing. It's just almost too much to process. Of course not. No one has. If an encounter with this level of importance had occurred in the past, I assure you that Constellation would be well acquainted with it. Yes, I suppose I am. But you can hardly blame me, can you? You do understand the significance of this encounter, don't you? This is humankind's first contact with what I believe is an alien race. A race with technology that could be far superior to our own. Oh, we could learn so much from them. The way they behaved, I'd say that's not very likely. If we are to learn anything from the Starborn, we're going to have to take the initiative ourselves. That's what disturbs me. Can't be a coincidence that these Starborn suddenly appeared after your experience at that temple. We know they're here to lay claim to the artifacts, but what's their true motivation? What aren't they telling us? I feel exactly the same way. But it certainly sounded like they weren't willing to work with us at all. Damn. Oh, if only we knew more about the Starborn. What their species is like, where they're from, how they're able to speak our language. I feel like a cadet on my very first day aboard a spaceship. My mind is absolutely swimming with questions. No, not time travelers. I don't think the science is there to support that theory. Their name alone, Starborn. There's some type of hidden meaning there. Something that feels very old, perhaps even ancient. Whatever the case may be, I can assure you that Constellation intends to get to the bottom of this mystery. I'm not really sure. Scientifically speaking, we're all born from the stars. Most of the chemical components of our body, carbon, oxygen, sulfur, are exactly the same as those manufactured by internal stellar reactions. Now, ask someone like Matteo the same question, and he'd probably give a more theological answer. But hey, it's all a guessing game anyway. Exactly. We must use all of the tools at our disposal to learn more about the Starborn and their connection to the artifacts. Thank you. I really appreciate your support right now. You know, it's funny. When I was a little girl, I'd lay on the ground and stare up at the stars. I was absolutely convinced they held a secret. I'd remain there for hours in silence, eyes closed, listening, waiting for the secret to be whispered in my ear. This encounter with the Starborn is that moment to me. The stars are finally whispering. I knew I could count on your support. Well then, I've certainly... Just do be careful if you cross paths with these Starborn.
Take credit for your thoughts, as they say.
I'm expecting big things from
I
you with
always
this ship
thank you
project.
for...
Don't let me down.
Late at night in dive bars, sometimes the old-timers share stories about things they've seen that they just couldn't explain. Ghost stories, if you will. I've heard of things like the Starborn before. But they're real. Honest to God real. But you carry on for centuries of exploration, and you can fool yourself into thinking you got it all figured out. Clearly we don't. So the obvious question is, everyone's gonna be thinking aliens, but their ships were incredible. But they still felt like ships. They had engines, weapons, I think I even made out a grav drive. If they were really alien, I would just expect it to be more... alien, you know? I mean, it could be some secret Freestar Varun or UC tech. But I don't know. I mean, anything's possible. But if someone, anyone, had that much of an edge on the others, the whole balance of power would shift, right? It'd be one hell of a conspiracy to keep it quiet. An even greater amount of restraint to keep it in your back pocket. Anybody that says they know for sure are lying. I'm gonna throw out another wild stab in the dark theory. Maybe they're from outside our known systems. Here's the hypothetical. Centuries ago, some brainiac scientists decide to play settler. But they go way, way beyond any place we've ever been to set up stakes. Once they get there, they make a few lucky breakthroughs, and their science just snowballs from there. I could see them getting further, faster, and hence, become the Starborn. I'm probably wrong. All I'm saying is it doesn't have to. One way or the other, we are not. And that's...
Happy to listen. Back, eh? How's it? Hope we can talk later.
Any day you make it through
At this
is a
point,
victory in my book.
Bye.
Feel free to help yourself at the bar. I don't drink, but I feel like if I did, now there's certainly precedent, isn't there? We've been operating for a while now on the fringes of what I just think we should be open-minded. Keep everything. I did say it was a metaphor, didn't? Never meant it to be taken completely literally, but you never know. Maybe they appear. It's the argument I have with Walter every other week. Science and reason have their place, but so does faith. We have all of them at our disposal, and I don't for 1 second believe they're mutually exclusive. Take care of yourself.
You had a hell of a shake, getting bullied in the void. Starborn sure know how to make an entrance. Ready to head back out there? The Eye can help you find the artifacts, but I'm afraid she's blind to our new competitor. Double-check the safety and locks wherever you go, okay? Exploration's dangerous, even without...
Your safe return to Captain. May I be of assistance on your ship? Although my database of human history is not fully complete, it is quite extensive. At this time, I am unable to locate any valid references. Given the unusual nature of the encounter, it is reasonable to surmise that any earlier occasions would have been documented. One explanation is that this is the first time they have been discovered. An alternate explanation that is the preferred explanation, given the but it remains the case that their first interaction consisted of threats of violence. Goodbye, Captain.
Hope my employees don't give you too much trouble.
If you want to talk, make it quick. I think I'm late for Noelle's science lesson. I don't know if I'll ever get used to being around all these people. Everyone hurrying around, talking, eating, drinking, doing a million things. It's so weird. But kind of exciting at the same time, you know? Going from a planet with a population of 3 to this one is going to take a lot of patience and trust, that's for sure. Well, there's no other people my age here at the lodge, so it's going to be kind of tough. Actually, Noelle is pretty nice. She said she'd teach me some stuff about science. You know, pick up where my mom left off. Besides that, I don't really care if I make friends or not. You and Sarah are the only friends I'll ever really need. See you later.
Hey, when you're not busy, let's chat. Oh, pardon me. Was that your stomach or mine? I have to talk about the Starborn. Do you have a second? You do, right? It was awesome. Right? How could we not talk about it for the rest of our lives? It could be the dawn of a new era of humanity. Or it could be an elaborate prank or any number of mundane explanations. It's fair. We don't know much about her, but they call themselves Starborn. Doesn't sound that House Varuni to me. But it did sound a little mean, you know? She's unusual by our standards, but our standards only matter to us. I didn't detect any localized time distortion, which isn't required for that hypothesis, but... Oh, yeah? Joking. I knew that. Jeez. We just need more data. There has to be a way to draw them out and figure out where they're coming from. Well, we don't know why they wanted the artifact. They could have agreeable intentions. This could be a turning point for humanity, you know? Or it could be just the emergence of a powerful new faction, or some sort of elite military, or a gazillionaire with nothing else to do. All we know is that they wanted that artifact badly. Agreed. That is going to require more observations, more encounters with them. And who knows? Maybe we'll never see them again. Hey, when you're not busy, let's chat. Yes? Uh-huh. Hmm? Well, okay then.
Hey.
I have things for you.
Marco, that room of yours better be clean. It's time I go in there.
I'll get to it, Dad. I promise.
This ain't my getting around to it, Tone. You understand?
Fine, okay. I'm going.
Docking complete.
Ahoy, Captain!
something for you.
It must have cost a fortune to build this place.
We cater to celebrities and trendsetters. Everyone else will follow.
Oh, this must be Walter's consultant friend. Please, come join us. We've been waiting for you. Hello. Hi there. You must be Walter's colleague. He informed me that you'd be taking charge of Project Kepler despite the fact that we have a fully dedicated R&D staff already assigned to it. But that's okay. I'm sure that even though you have virtually no experience with this, you'll do a great job. Oh, I just assumed. You know what? I'm really sorry. I should trust Walter knew what he was doing. My bad.
Even so, we have plenty of designers.
As you probably know, we're tasked with coming up with Stroud Eklund's next hit starship. But we have budget concerns, market research to finish, and we can't seem to agree on a design. So I guess Walter sent you to resolve these issues. Have at it. There are a lot of factors to consider. Who is our market and what do they want in a ship? Which components are we putting into it? How fast should it go? How much cargo capacity should it have? What color should it be? We need to decide every little detail. Sure, I'm Jules, R&D project lead. was the one making all the big decisions. I suppose I just coordinate now. You already heard from Frank. He's lead designer on the project, focused on the look and feel of the ships. There's Ella, another senior designer. She focuses on some of the more technical designs of ships. Went to school with Frank. Mike is our senior engineer, responsible for consulting on all the technical bits, the machinery, the computer systems, etc. And then there's Nev. She's here for marketing. It's her job to weigh in and sell this thing to consumers. Ah, right, so you mentioned. Let's move on to solving our budget issues then, shall we? We were charged with building the newest, hottest ship on the market, which won't be possible unless we petition the board for more money. So we have two new budget proposals. One will allow us to build what I consider to be a very sensible ship, but we'll have to make some tough design cuts. The other will allow us much more flexibility to put whatever we want into the ship. It's what I call the kitchen sink proposal. I don't love it, but it'll be next to impossible to approve. What should we go with? While it's true we'd be able to afford to put anything and everything into that design, it's just not practical, and the board will put more pressure on us to see that it succeeds. I worry that without constraints, my team will be disincentivized to focus this ship in any given direction. And they'll try to cram in everything but the kitchen sink, hence the name. Who knows what kind of monstrosity we'd create if we tried to incorporate all of our designs? And would something that expensive actually sell? It's more that we can only choose certain design elements at the expense of others. In other words, if we go with something in Mike's design, there's not enough money in the budget for what Ella wants. That's one of the reasons we haven't been able to agree on anything. I'd love to, seriously. It would be a huge win for us if we came in under or at that budget. But none of the viable designs for this project can be made for that amount. I've already rejected that budget, so I have to go to the board regardless. And since you're now responsible for the major decisions, which budget proposal we go with falls on you. That sounds good to me, but remember, this ship will have fewer bells and whistles. We're not going to be able to include everything we want. Frank's luxury design has the most expensive components, and we've been having trouble convincing him to move away from that idea so we can stay within the budget. We need his help. Do you think you can get him to budge?
I am right here, you know? Yes, but I am the lead designer on the project. All design proposals need to go through me. How can I be expected to approve something I fundamentally disagree with? I already gave my answer to Jules. We got nothing.
You're starting to make a lot of sense.
I suppose maybe I could work with Mike to figure out what sort of components we can put inside the ship to give the consumer a smoother, better ride. Fine. I see what you're saying. Perhaps we tone down the luxury aspects a bit. Does it really need so much gold trim? Probably not.
Sometimes constraints are more like opportunities in disguise. I'd miss the massaging chairs, heated floors, and ever-flowing Terra Brew, too. But it's less to test in the end, right? And less Frank to deal with. Silver lining.
Great, that's one problem solved. I'll go forward with that budget proposal and we can move on. Next, we need to gather some market data. The best way to do this is to outfit your ship with some sensors and take it through some real-world scenarios so we can make more informed design decisions. Great! Just pick up a mission or two at the mission board and proceed like you normally would. We'll collect the data when you return. If you take on a variety of missions, we can build a ship to handle a variety of scenarios. But if you just fly one mission, we can build a more focused ship. It's up to you. In the meantime, you might also want to talk with the team, get to know them, give feedback on their proposals, etc. Good luck out there.
So, you're Walter's friend. I know he chose you to head this project as some sort of favor. Honestly, as senior technical designer, I was hoping to receive that honor, but there's always next time. Regardless, I'm excited to help you out. Do you have any experience building spaceships? This is wonderful to hear. I hope for all of our sakes that you are not overselling your ability. Now, I know you've been asked to give feedback on our design proposals. Would you care for a brief synopsis of mine? I'm the most senior designer on this project, for one. Despite all the acclaim he gets, I actually referred Frank to his current design position. He and I were in the same design program when we went to get our degrees back in uni. We support each other as friends as much as possible. Even when we disagree. I love my job here. But I dream one day of working for a small startup or running my own design firm so I can work on custom ships instead of mass-produced products. Of course. But first, let me ask you this. What pilot demographic is currently being underserved by the current starship market? No. Even if it were legal to support piracy, I feel as if expecting pirates to pay for anything is a foolish endeavor. My idea is a little less conventional. I believe we should invest in making a dedicated exploration ship, marketed toward citizen scientists. Sure, we and other manufacturers have lines of exploration ships, but none built with the average consumer in mind. It's my hope that we can jumpstart a new era of affordable, accessible space exploration, fueled by ordinary people like you and me. Thanks. Let me tell you, we would not regret going with my idea. This is a... See you around, I guess.
I'm actually kind of amazed we finalized the budget. That was relatively painless.
I'm wondering if we need another chef in the kitchen. Then again, I hear Walter brought you in to finally make a decision around here. Well, how do I put this? My co-workers are smart people. But between you and me, they're in way over their head with this project. Jules especially. She's new at being a project lead, and has insisted we design by committee, so everyone's voice is heard. Admirable. But no one could agree on anything, and we're running significantly behind because of it. Good. Just so long as you don't push us to make anything too nutty. I think your decisiveness will put us back on the right track. Speaking of which, I think my plan will get us where we need to be as quickly and efficient. It's simple, no frills, and most importantly, won't cause me any major headaches on the engineering side. Let me tell you, all the creative minds around here are so concerned with designing the most innovative and fancy ships possible. They never stop to think about the kind of work it takes to do that in a reasonable time frame. Yes, we're engineers. Our job is to make the bloody impossible possible. But that doesn't mean it's easy or practical. That and there's never enough of us to go around. It's truth, and we need it. The others believe we need to think big and innovate. Reality is, we just need to do what we do better than anyone else. So I'm thinking, there's loads of fighters. No sense in mucking about with that again. And we've already got one of the best luxury liners in the biz. What I figure is, the cargo running business is booming, and no one's quite built a personal craft like that to serve the working class folk. Nothing fancy, no frills. Just a simple, sturdy, inexpensive ship with cargo room up the wazoo and make it so easy my cousin's little moppet could fly it. Our objective should be to build a huge ship with plenty of cargo room while keeping the costs low. Doesn't need fancy equipment, just the basics. Basic weapons, basic defenses, basic scanners. You get the idea. If we go with a design like that, I can focus on quality construction, and the ship will practically sell itself. Yes. Of course. Zhuzh it up, just enough to Right. Take care.
Hi. Need something? Oh, no. Well, it's just... I'm a little new here, and everyone's got these big, flashy designs. And I'm supposed to come up with one too, but like, I don't know if it's as good or like, good at all, even. Wow, rude. But, okay, fine. Just maybe don't be an ass about it. So, I was thinking that we could really use a recreational craft in our fleet. But not like super luxurious like our Adonis pleasure yacht. Something marketed more towards families. Something Mom and Dad could pack up and take the kids on vacation. You probably think that's stupid, right?
I haven't thought of all the details, but I'd imagine lots of passenger space would be a top priority. A mid-sized ship with enough room for one... or maybe even 2 or 3? I don't think it'd need any fancy weapons or scientific equipment, so it should be pretty affordable. Families don't want to spend a fortune, so keeping the cost low will help guarantee plenty of sales. Oh, really? What? Well, if we end up making it, take care, okay?
You know, I have designed spacecraft for over 10 years. So, you must have really impressed Walter for him to give you this project. Or maybe it's a bit of nepotism. Never mind that. Perhaps he sees in you what he sees in me. Ah, yes. At least you may be more open to my ideas than my colleagues. Maybe this is a blessing in disguise. Imagine a luxury craft designed for the most discerning of tastes. Every feature designed for comfort and peace of mind. High-end performance, precision engineering, a spacecraft for those who wish to be seen. This will be the most elite personal craft on the market. The ship should be mid-size, spacious but not bulky. We'll want to build it with the highest quality, most expensive modules available. It should feel safe, but not threatening. Focus on defensive measures, not aggressive weaponry. Above all, you should be able to picture your favorite celebrity, or Walter himself, flying this ship and influencing others to buy as well. I'm glad you agree. Such an ostentatious luxury craft will be the envy of everyone in the... See you.
Well, we're making progress now, I guess. We're all super glad you're here, right, everyone? Oh, yes, I actually do have a proposal. I wasn't really expecting you to give me... I'd like to see us branch out a bit more. Bounty hunting and mercenary work are both big these days, especially among the hard-blooded Free Stars. I'm glad you brought that up. No, and yes, there's a lot of work out there that requires a capable fighting ship. But the real success comes from UC military contracts, which we would hope to attract by building a higher-end version of this ship platform for them. We'd want to give it strong weapons, tough defenses, plus good speed and maneuverability. Most starfighters are fairly small, and the tricky part is keeping costs down with all those fancy modules. Oh, well, never mind then. Maybe I'll have a better chance convincing... Ah, we'll talk later then.
might want this.
You are entering United Colony space. Maintain course and prepare to scan. And we're done. Welcome to the Garen.
Got anything you need to offload?
Trade authorities always buying. Kiosk right here for you.
I have something for you.
taking out their shields.
Target shields no more. Time, but I need to talk with you later.
docked.
Something for you. I know now isn't the best time, but I need to talk with you later. You know, traveling with you has been more than just good old-fashioned fun. It's been, well, therapeutic. Well, the fact is, you've had my back countless times already, and without you, I'd be exploring some random world alone, not realizing how much that bothered me. You used to not be so fond of teams, as I recall. Something about trusting individuals, right? I guess a good team is a team where you trust everyone individually. So it checks out. Which brings me back to that plan I mentioned earlier. I think I know how to move forward now. But I'm going to need your help. My contact sent a gift. Seems real to me. So they found an insurance settlement. Irvin's employers got paid as compensation for sabotage. They claimed they had to ditch the whole mine and all the equipment inside and construct a new mine with new equipment. They were reimbursed for all of it. It seems that the mining company got a huge payout after they won the case against Irvin. We have the settlement paperwork from their insurance. Tons of money. Oh, also the cyber runner had to move on to other work, but sent me a passcode to some computer system. I'm not sure what it goes to yet. We can just hold on to it until we figure it out. But anyway, we have enough to move forward. The missing piece here is proving that Irvin was framed. So I discovered that Irvin's original lawyer still practices law, and she'll look over everything we found. Yes, I believe so. Every case she's worked on has been in the interest of regular, everyday people. She doesn't seem to be in this for the money. I mean, heck, she said she wouldn't even charge us for the initial consultation. Oh, detective. I like the sound of that. If I'm the detective, does that make you my trustworthy and sensible partner with a heart of gold? Well, I can work with that. Detective Barrett at your service. Anyway, we should take everything to the lawyer and see what she says. Maybe she reviews it and decides we have no case, or we need more evidence. I don't know. If we don't have a case, I can probably let it go.
今晚很早打，因为今天休了半天假。
Oh, yep. I've got a key card for it. But I don't know what condition it's in. It's been 20 years, but I got the ventilation and power turned on, so... Yes, I've already arranged for my contact to drop off the... Fantastic. I knew I could count on you. You're as reliable. I've sent a list of everything we found so far to the lawyer. You know, I actually feel optimistic about this. Lead the way, detective.
现在解了解，不小心又解到一个蛮有趣的支线，然后待会儿好像还有一个很有趣的支线还没解，所以一堆支线还不错。刚解了一个，现在要帮忙设计飞船。
I'd like to believe that you can help my team work well with each other again, but we'll see. We've got people poring over the data you collected as we speak.
The ship design is, you know, it works in some ways. In others, it's, you know, probably fine. But it might have a touch of feature creep. But it looks, you know, nice.
So you managed to complete a couple different missions. This will give us lots of data to support building a ship that can tackle a variety of scenarios. Of course, if we build a ship like that, we may need the kitchen sink budget, but we'll see. Thanks for your help. Now we just need to solve our interpersonal issues so we can agree on a design. Easy, right? You seem awfully confident for someone who doesn't know how long we've been dealing with this. I've tried everything I can think of besides some sort of hokey team building exercise. So, what do you think you can do differently?
你讲到博德之门，其实我可能下一个或者是下一个游戏会打博德之门。其实我蛮想打的，只是因为中间还有一个游戏，我想先玩完这个之后，玩一个比较短的，然后就会玩博德之门，因为博德之门也是那种精神时光屋。
Okay, for real. It's mostly been just a bunch of arguing. First, we tried individual designs, but that backfired. We've had meetings focused on individual aspects of the ship, I could have put my foot down and made a
这个
decision,
任务
but
好
then
好
I'd be
笑，
giving
好
up
像
on
一
my
家公
idea
司，
that
就是
collaboration will build us the best ship.
这一件事
That
反而
and
有
I
点
don't
像我
want
平
anyone
时
to
遇
resign
到的
because
一
of
些事
me.
情，就是在 run 一些专案的时候，就会出现这种人与人之间的一些想法的冲突。对，我超想玩的。本来没有这么想玩，但是因为我之前也有玩那个 Dragon Age 3，就是 Dragon Age， 我忘记中文叫什么，反正也是一个回合制的，也是一个超好玩的游戏。哦，我应该《博德之门3》，我觉得应该也是那种吧。我知道它自由度超大。
Hi. I can't believe I didn't think of that. It's fair. Everyone goes around the table and makes a cut. That way this should drive us towards a more focused design. And since Walter asked you to take the lead on this, I don't have to be the villain here. So you're sure about this? Great! Let's get ready to disappoint everyone equally. Frank, please.
这个好笑。
Everybody, listen.
那所有人都失望吧。因为其实大家没办法看到一个 solution 的时候，就是大家都要妥协一些事情。这个比较
We're going to go around the table and everyone is going to give up one major aspect of your design. It's the fairest way to do this, and ultimately, I think it's going to make our collective design choices a lot easier. Who wants to start? Okay,
超像在开
I'll go
会这个。
first. I'm willing to cut some of the included hard points. It'll mean less firepower, but the consumer can still add them afterwards, I suppose.
You're looking at me, huh? I guess that means you want me to go. Oh, look, I'll be easy. You know I wasn't looking for anything fancy, but if I've got to make cuts, we can reduce some of the cargo bays.
I guess we can cut some of the extra sensors and data collection equipment. As long as this thing can still make it to deep space and back with no problem, I'll be happy.
I'd be willing to give up some of the passenger space, maybe. Yeah, that should be okay.
Frank?
What? I already agreed to cut a significant portion of the luxury features. Remember? I shouldn't need to cut anything else.
Well then, that wasn't so bad. I feel much more confident we can actually build this thing. This is going great. Just fantastic. Based on the decisions you made, it looks like we're going to end up with a very reasonable ship design. I have no worries about the feasibility of manufacturing and selling it. It's going to be a smaller, sleeker, mid-range ship. I think it'll be best suited for an average consumer. Not too expensive, the ability to add a few options here and there, moderately defensible. It'll be decent for several use cases, but won't really excel at anything in particular. I hope not, but it's possible. If the ship sells well enough, the board will have no problem increasing the budget next time. The data you gathered for us will last a while too. And I think I picked up some useful techniques from you to help us work together better. Now that we've addressed all our issues, we can move forward, finalize the design, and get this into production pretty quickly. If you could do us a favor and let Walter know that we're back on track, I'm sure he'll be thrilled. Thanks for your help.
Oh, 不知道这个设计出来飞船会不会有机会可以看一下？现在在帮他解决一个设计飞船的难题。
Hey, you might want this.
Welcome to UC Space. Maintain your current course while we scan your ship's cargo. Enjoy your stay in New Atlantis.
还是这样降落比较好。我觉得这个游戏，因为我现在只剩主线跟一堆小支线，还有2个人物的故事线，所以应该差不多可以，觉得可以慢慢推主线。不知道有没有一些特殊事件发生，除了小的事情之外。
This place is a delightful relic tangled up with hope, grit, and science.
现在要告诉那个 CEO 啊，金主啊，他说他的飞船问题我已经。
Hi there. How's it going?
I'm expecting big things from you with this ship project. Don't let me down. Hope my employees don't give you too much. Good to hear. I figured as much. See, I just finished looking over the final design they sent. I've got to say I'm impressed with it. It's a bit safe, but also an elegant evolution of our past designs.
其实最近有点想玩星际公，又想回过星际公民。
I'll be happy to make it my new.
因为它3.20出来，蛮想回去玩。
Additionally, I want you to have one of the first off the assembly line for all of your hard work. Feel free to pick it up at the Star Yard. Thanks again.
哎，他送我一只船呢。看一下啊，看一下是，这个任务没办法做，算了，等一下。先把这个任务解一解。开始我看一下我的船。Collect my new ship.
Captain, hello again. I was uncertain you would return.
看一下我的新船，不知道会不会根据我的需求有，因为我有提醒。等一下，在哪里？在这边。好。
I have something for you.
没有，因为我帮他完成一个，等一下，我帮他解决那个船的设计的问题。应该要送我船吧？好，看一下是什么船。他说我要成为他第一个产线第一个，不是？那我就等于白老鼠，万一他的船有问题，我就GG了。配套一般没办法控制。等一下，我要做什么？哎。哦，是这一艘哎。说什么？
Deimos or a Stroud Eklund?
Let me know if you have any problems.
Welcome to Stroud Eklund.
These ships are nice, but compared to a Trident, oh.
在这里。对，找不到在哪里。对对对，这个很奇怪。
Of course.
等一下， Kepler S 应该是这一艘了，被扣了，暂时顶一下，就有136个。东西是不见。在。
Does this place look cleaner than before? Huh. Nah.
Hello, excellent to see you.
其实差不多，每个船都长得差不多。诶，怎么感觉我没有对地方？ 到底有没有拿到？有，好，那就解这个。我才不要飞这个破船，应该可以，就慢了一点。 好像有8艘船还是10艘船就有成就，反正这些送的船我都会留着，都不会卖。
You might want this.
Avershaw can help you if you need anything.
这人不知道躲在这里。
If you need anything, just ask.
他还蛮好笑，他躲在这里。
Of course.
这就是我已经拿到的船，这一艘就是我自己设计的，叫这个主船。700多，其实船东西很多，我记得。
I have something for you.
I have something for you.
超多任务，解完这一段去解主线。我一直都没有看到这个图片的这个地方。 不知道在哪里，有点像火星。
Hey, you might want this.
这个很多经典场面都这边。
I was just thinking that this is about what Irvin saw all those years ago when he arrived. He probably stood here thinking that he was going to make things better. He had a good heart. Oh, you remind me of him sometimes, wanting to make things right. And when you said it out loud, you know, I actually believe we can do it. I just hope our lawyer is as confident. Right. She said she would meet us at our office when we arrive. Hopefully she can tell us what we need to do, and let's stick together, though. Gagarin isn't a huge town.
这个城市来过很多次，大家每次都是来卖东西，其实没有逛过这里。现在要先帮他找他的律师，因为好像是有一件事情，有一件事情他要解决，就是这怎么过去？
This This is Ellie's law office. Perfect.
Lawyer. 律师，反派律师，我这里真的蛮像律师事务所。进来就有个柜台，哎，什么东西都乱丢，马桶、手指。先看一下你有什么可以偷，不是什么东西可以借一下。可是这里是发生爆炸嘛，什么东西都乱丢，超好笑哦。这律师很穷，先坐一下。你好，律师。
Well, well, well. Barrett, you're actually here. Astounding.
Ellie! Ellie, come on. I promised we'd stop by, didn't I?
People make promises all the time, Barrett. And most folks try to avoid Gagarin, not visit it. Anyway, I'm glad you made it out here. We have work to do, don't we? It's not a resort. It's a working town run by mining corporations. You don't come here unless you need to, and you don't stay unless you have to.
Or unless you're a bright-eyed, optimistic lawyer who genuinely wants to make things better for others. Right, Ellie?
You're kind, Barrett. Yes, I suppose there's that type of person as well. Down to business. Perfect. What do you already know?
So we already know that Irvin worked for Hephaestus Mining Company years ago, and they blamed him for catastrophic economic and ecological issues here on Gagarin.
Yes. He lost his case because he didn't defend himself, and we had almost no evidence without him. He was publicly blamed for the economic woes, and his accounts were seized in compensation.
His account on Gagarin specifically. It was just the amount he was paid years ago for the job.
Right. They would have taken his assets and other settlements, but by law, his death prevented it.
I recall receiving a message asking him to appear in court a day after his funeral.
An unfortunate reality of interplanetary legal communiques, I'm afraid. Well, we can bring the case to a judge here if we have new evidence or a witness.
What about the evidence we found so far?
Yes, well, about that. It's just not enough. Not on its own, no. It's circumstantial. Helpful to support our claim, but not enough. In order for me to go before a judge, I'd like to have some solid evidence pertaining to motive. The courts won't entertain a challenge to its ruling unless we're sure that something major was missed in the original trial.
What was the motive from the original trial?
We had no solid motive after our witness withdrew his testimony.
现在连法院的案件都要接，现在打官司了。
Yeah, we need something major. Documentation, recordings, a witness.
现在要找证据帮他已经死去的朋友平反那个案子。
I've thought about this a lot since the original case. The mine that Irvin worked at was shuttered in 2309. They probably still have documents relating to whatever happened there with him. That's where you come in. I don't know which mine he worked at when the incident took place. In theory, you could find that information on a Foundry terminal, if you can access it. You'll need a passcode. That's the hard part. Besides the Foundry records, there also might be something in Irvin's apartment. If he knew he was being framed, he might have held on to some documents.
好，没关系，我把麦放近一点。现在反正就要去他的，反正去之前那个矿跟他的，等一下 ，let's search， 就是去找这个 Effin 就是这个前面这个男人的一个朋友，他死去的朋友，但是他朋友死的时候，就是有个法院的案子输掉了，那现在他想我帮他平反这个案子。可以跟他调情。我这个游戏的主角也是个男的，跟他调情有点太奇怪了。等一下啊，我看一下，我看一下，他说我可以，要不就去他的 apartment， 就是他住所去找，要不就是去找我以前工作那个，因为游戏一开始主角就是一个矿工，他说说不定我可以去前公司的那个电脑去找一下，看一下。
Do you think your Argos extractor's credentials could work? That would be handy.
Barrett, you brought someone with relevant work experience? I admire that.
I'm nothing if not resourceful, Ellie.
If that doesn't work, then maybe talk shop with another worker. See if they can help.
We just need to find the mine where Irvin worked 20-some years ago. How hard could that be?
要找一个他的朋友20多年前曾经工作的一个矿洞里面去找证据。
But we may as well try, right? At least we'll know one way or another. If you'll excuse me.
突然变成玩那个枪弹辩驳了。好了，可能过一阵子就会看到我玩博德之门了，我超想玩博德之门。好，这盒纸巾我要了。没有。等一下看有没有东西拿。因为这个游戏收集书本跟那些杂志很重要，那些杂志会加技能跟某一些，反正会加一些不错的东西。等一下啊，这个点怎么这么近？好像可以去他前住所，两个地方都可以去。先去他住所，这也比较近。这样跳下去会GG吧？有点高，真的。算了，还是走路比较安全。先收一下。10月底好像10月中还是10月底，好像还有一个游戏叫 Alan Wake， 那个也是我超爱的系列。那如果它只出 Xbox， 我就只能等。这个会增加5% 船的空间。库存量不错，试一下这个，用 Be Crazy 的 account， 看一下啊 ，Search Database， Admin。为什么有 admin？ Points， 可以这样找好搞笑，找到了 H363， 下载位置 ，OK。看一下我的薪资条有没有？有Disperse paycheck， 耶，1000块，超少啊！ 好了，算了。2077已经破关了，但是它好像有个叫什么自由幻局，但是我可能会等减价，因为我觉得2077没有很好玩。
Imagine Irvin thinking the same thing all those years ago. Just a job. Well, at least we know where to keep. I guess we'll see what state the mine is in. It's possible they collapsed it before they left.
所以要去一个被废弃很久的矿坑找文件。 现在去，他的房子在这里。2个点，在这边。这个城市其实我都没怎么逛，有咖啡厅。是这里吧？不是啊！我以为我要摔死。
Do you have a ship?
太危险了，这里。在这边。还好没有很远。
I'm gonna become a famous
They probably never intended for it. Irvin's old apartment. Here, use this key.
还有钥匙。
I just hope it's mine H after you,
Captain. 真方便。
Now I get why he wanted me to look after his plants.
哇，这地方，他的房子也太恐怖了，有电梯。看一下啊，这个可以要。现在收集一些有用的东西。 为什么会有手？干！我连这个都没开对。 搞笑。这是一些没用。
Irvin didn't live here for long. But he certainly had a lot of junk here.
哦，哇，他的房子好大。
What about this safe? I bet it's locked by a terminal.
我每次看到这个，就想起来三星的那个荧幕。他从后面看超像那个三星荧幕。要用电脑，电脑在哪里？ 我觉得这个游戏应该解锁升等升到一个阶段，应该让人可以自动解才行。这样其实蛮闷的。 哎，要找证据。
If you ever doubted Irvin's genius.
Alien Catis， 异形仙人掌，这个是证据吧？这个比较重要，这个是 contract。Discuss evidence with Barrett。这有什么用？2077其实内容不太够，我觉得很快就破关，好像打了大概2个礼拜。虽然没有打到通关，但是破关的完成度还蛮高的。
All right, we've got some solid leads, it looks like. The employment contract and the hunting license at Town Hall. And as the lawyer, she's probably right. The burden of proof is sky high on this one. It's likely already in orbit. It was a bit strange going through Irvin's old things, though. I was hoping for some old pictures, but nothing. What's that you have there? A plant? Yeah, but not for the trial. Let no one say that Irvin Madani didn't have a sentimental side. The proof is in this plant, with an assist from this self-sustaining habitat dish.
对啊，找了个植物干嘛嘞？问一下。
I'm not sure. It might not even be a plant. It might technically be a fungus. But there's probably a reason why Irvin tried his best to keep it alive. When we get back home, I'll go through some of his research notes. It might tell us something more about this plant. Hopefully it's not poisonous.
他说希望这个没有毒。
Witchcraft, probably. But if you want a more scientific explanation, I have a couple of theories. It could go through states of hibernation, or draw moisture from the air the way epiphytic plants do. There's also that habitat dish Irvin set up for it, which gave it light and nutrients. No, maybe, but it helps me. Irvin was the last person to handle this plant. It matters. No matter how the case goes, this warms my heart. In any event, I'll go through Irvin's notes in more detail later. There's probably a flowchart somewhere with this little guy. Oh, on that note, we should give it a name. I'm thinking what do you think of Harvey? Then it's unanimous. Okay. The three of us should get back to it. You, me, and Harvey have a case to solve.
那个植物现在叫哈比，好搞笑。搜一下他的地下室。这是什么电脑？不让按。可能最终秘密是在地库。这还有个箱子。啊！又要解锁。我讨厌解锁。
That was fast.
哦，哎，这好像没用。这是什么东西啊？帽子。
Fast.
哎，这个可以。哎。 而且我 MB 已经拿到了，啊，他又要我去。Go to town hall.
You want to know what I think about all these new businesses lying in the town?
You ever read about the early history of spaceflight? This town, all has seen better days. Hopefully that public access is still working.
Deliver the episode. Deliver. Hunting license. 我还没去他那个地方，所以我先去完那个矿，再去给这些证据。看一下这个古老的矿，20。
Careful. This place was shuttered 20 years ago, but it might have new tenants now.
在哪里？单机游戏的好处就是我可以。 这天气好快，我可以一直存档，就玩到满意为止。这是最奇怪的怪。哦，在我旁边，干，打死！ 爆炸吧！这我的同伴好惨。还有一只。嗯？哦，这好饿。看来里面有好料。 这里人都死光。
Well, they don't need it now.
可是太奇怪了，这个不是死了20几年的人吗？怎么还是肉？难道他们刚刚才被杀？太奇怪了。4000多就不见，因为低于1万块都不太常见。这个 Combining Key 把钥匙，这个通讯大楼的一个钥匙。这游戏其实很难打很快，除非你完全不想捡东西。因为它有时候不只有捡装备，可能一些故事相关的东西，或者是之前我一直在找，就是其中一个任务到现在还没解完，就是找那个深红舰队的罪证。这个要，那个我不知道要找多少，好像不用全部找完，但是这个 Minor Journal。重要。有打过 Dead Space 吗？死亡太空站，我不知道中文怎么翻译，是一个太空的恐怖游戏。这是什么东西？那个游戏我其实本来中间想打它，只是最近又比较想打那个平面的生存游戏，那个叫我名字我忘记了，反正是一个好像蛮好玩的游戏。我听到东西，先杀。这个矿洞好难不去探索它。等一下，我先拿到证据先。啊，对，绝命2次元，对，我突然忘记他的名字。那个，你知道它有重置版，我买了，我只是还没打。重置版画质进步超多，而且用我这边的硬体打应该会很爽，应该会很爽，感觉就是像这样，一开门，那个超好玩的，那个我准备再挑战一次。我之前有打 破关2次了，就原来的版本。哎，等一下，我还没拿下面的东西。
This looks promising. Bingo.
对，如果有兴趣看我打，可以。我觉得应该打完这个可以先打那个。Decommission 哦，这个框已经没有了。等一下啊，这个人 Terminate Local Predator。没用这 memo。为什么这个要 ？Evans contract is over。等一下 ，No more predator。还是没找到为什么要把这个？它是 predator， 就是那种猎杀者，那种应该是刚才那种怪物。哦，这么多。我刚才看到了 security operator， 看完了。啊！
All right. Now let's go find Irvin and Helgi's lab stations.
哦，还要去找。哦，这个是属于 Barrett， 就是这个角色的支线任务。是，但是是有点长。哇！我以为把枪给我。
Fine. Doubt why this was locked.
可以下去冒险。 上去。抓不见，管他。好像没有很大，可以啊。钱都乱丢了，这些人。哇，这异形的蛋吗？这个吃的。哎，这个就比较像，就是最少是一具干尸，有可能是一个新鲜的尸。咦，这里有点刺激。啊，累了，看到这种事。哦，看来他们是发现一些新的物种，好多异形蛋。Uranium。哎。
Lights are on down here at least.
不。我觉得他们是最后没有把这些怪清掉，就全部被杀，所以这个空警就死了一票人，然后就因为这样可能赔很多钱，就最后就面对倒闭了。听到声音。 去打就对了。没有一个有用。Search for evidence 太强。啊。Apex Predator。
It was so
没有找到样子。
the ecosystem here, and it had nothing to do with her. This is it. This is what Ellie needs to see.
Ooh. 超好笑，他被坠的，好好笑。我觉得这个场景还蛮好笑的。
Creatures have so much in common everywhere we go.
呀，多一点。
I know it's not uncommon for them to leave all this equipment behind, but it seems rough. 最后肯定有一只超大的，我觉得。 那这也过不去。哦，哇，这里有一只大的，呵呵，这样才有爽度。Palladium。 有啦，有一只皇后了，这个就是讲，那人就打不赢那只超大的 Local Queen 啊，又 Green Region Hive of Apex Predator， 然后他的辞职，好笑。 Seems like help. You tried to do the right thing.
在哪里？
He's citing numerous ethics violations dating back before. And to face this just ignored him.
升等。他被电到，他被电到，好好笑。
All yours。
这我的同伴好惨。这里，这是 BOSS 的位置，看不见。打一打就是看那个红点就知道。太黑了，到。
You aren't ready for this, but I am.
他完全不知道去哪里。哇，这样都是！哇，这里，GG！哇，这只是 Queen。看不到路啊，这里。这个换弹换太慢了。我以为怎么有一只怪是走过来的。打完也没什么拿，这完全是没用。好恶哦，这种植物，超暗的，对啊。而且这个游戏我不知道为什么，就是我只要拿枪，你就看那个灯有时候就没有照到我要照的地方，有时候就照不到，像不知道，刚才现在 OK， 这好恶，但是把枪拿掉就会比较看得清楚啊。但是我为什么看这么清楚？我觉得好恶心哦，这里。看我已经吃完饭了，没吃饭可能没胃口吃饭了。你好，试一下这把枪，这把还没试过。哦，这把是3个，这个还不错哎。这把还可以，等一下我得迷路。但是以战斗来讲，这一把比较容易操控，因为我瞄这么准。变了。 这把的用法就很像刷干散弹枪。这边应该没来过，因为怪这么多，非常暗，我觉得看到眼睛都有点痛，而且每个地方长得差不多，我觉得每个地方都长一样。
May as well, right?
这里是出去了，但是我找不到怎么上去。看一下这里。我觉得我的证据应该找了。诶，怎么还有？等一下哦，应该找完了。对，找完了。可是他没有终极的奖品。打完那只皇后都没用啊，还给我一个完全没用的东西。我觉得可以传送回去，传送回去比较快。
I have something for you.
There you are.
诶，可以卖东西。
Thank you. If you'll excuse me, the landscape of medical science isn't going to remake itself. Not to sound ungrateful, but I'm sort of in the middle of something.
有一些 NPC， 这个游戏很厉害，有一些 NPC 有可能帮了他或者怎样，他在其他城市就遇到他，这样。
Well, I made it
但
out
是
alive
有
thanks to you.
我不是每一个都
So I'd say
记得，
things are
有一
going
些
pretty well.
觉得很脸熟，
But
但不知道
sorry,
他在
I
哪
should
里。
really get back to it.
Can you help me out here?
Gagarin is a city on Arc Satari Mill.
What seems to be the trouble?
So,
whenever the Arc might.
都已经，诶，不是这个，好像就是之前，反正有一个任务遇到过这个人，因为他的名字很容易记，就是有点像乱码还是俄文。
Trade in a little bit of everything. May not look like much, may not be the prettiest.
卖一点东西。开水，可以买个开水，没有，没有。How much？ 这把不要了。
All these fancy new businesses going up in pieces.
I'm gonna become a famous bounty hunter, just
很
like
奇
the
怪，里面有
man.
个人这么矮，嘿，他是小朋友，他长得一点都不小。
Ellie, hello.
Welcome back, detectives.
Ellie, I sent you all the data.
我以为他的事务所被拆了。
Yes, I've been reviewing it. Sit down. Let's have a chat about it. Welcome back, you two. How was the trip to the mine?
You're gonna love this, Ellie.
Okay, someone better tell me. Come on.
We found the coordinates to Irvin's old work site and went there. Huge battle. Fire, explosions. Pew, 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 pew.
Barrett, please.
Oh,
you should have seen the plants in there too. Weird stuff. Anyway, you read over the documents we found.
现在要把
there,
刚
right?
才收集的所有证据给他。
What you both found in that mine is remarkable. These documents show that the chemicals released by the mining process contaminated the ecology even before Irvin was tasked with removing the predators. And they also show that Helgi informed Hephaestus of the issue, and it was repeatedly ignored. And with that, I think we've got ourselves a case, my friends.
Yes! That's what I wanted to hear, Ellie. Woo!
Yes, but it's still likely to lose. Because what we really need now is Helgi as our witness, and that is a problem. Helgi isn't an ideal witness at all. He was our star witness the first time, and he never showed up. Plus, he's got a reputation around town. After he quit, he went...
I can handle a bit weird. I know the captain can too.
Clearly. But the judge might... It might be worth finding some character witnesses too while you're looking for him. Helgi's documents are nothing without him there in court, explaining them to the judge.
Does Helgi still live around here by any chance?
Sort of. He's, unpredictable.
好像是唯一的证人那个 Helgi， 他说不太能够做证人。
That's also a bit tricky. He's hard to find. Doesn't really stay in one place for long. You might ask Dr. Kayala. She checks up on folks who fall through the cracks. You'd have to convince her to tell you where he is.
Sounds like we're making a stop at the med clinic. We'll be back when we convince.
Listen, if he...
Yeah, we don't want to press him too hard. The last thing we needed. This is going to take a light touch.
好，现在要去 find a potential character witness。反正现在要去找那个叫 Helgi 的人。然后他说可能这里的医生会知道他在哪里。啊，我之前帮过那个医生，好像帮他拿一个货物，就是有一些送货的药品。 不是不是他之前帮的是另外一个医生。看没有人可能知道。
Not much time to talk. Lots of cargo to sort through today. Sorry, I don't mean to be rude. Are you here to claim a shipment in storage, or do you have... Well, it's owned by Unified Transport. We do short-term... You'd be surprised. It seems like every... That reminds... Back to work, then.
You from off-world? Well, like your destination's not your destiny.
Is there something I can help you two with?
Do you happen to know Dr. Helgi Hodgson? We're trying to get his help with something.
Sorry, who are you exactly?
We're detectives. Self-taught and unaffiliated. Freelance detectives. With the emphasis on the free part.
Wait, what? Detectives?
说自己是真的。
Sorry, I don't think I know what you're talking about. I need to get back to my work now, if you don't mind.
先存个档，因为可能要
Is there
随时
something I can help you to?
Do you happen to know?
Sorry.
We're detective. With the emphasis on...
Wait, what? Detective? I'm sorry. I'm not a tour guide. You'll have to ask somebody else.
We're trying to help him. And Gagarin, actually.
Only every single time I see him. But listen, I don't have time to chat. Ellie's a good person. That bodes well, but listen. I can say that Helgi took up a job working at Clint's store just down the way. I saw him there stacking boxes the last time I picked... I've got to get back to... So you're an empath? Very few people have this gift, or... There have been some clinical trials of a regimen that can... It's perfectly safe.
哇，原来连那个角色属性都可以拿掉，我花1万块就可以拿掉这个 M 盘。
Take all the time you need.
就是这个，第一个 ，You are deeply connected to the feeling of others， 就是这个是有同理心的。 我觉得我选这3个已经是最少破坏力的。
Are you a new patient? If you're... I need to get back to my work now, if you don't mind.
I remember watching shiny new events.
Don't mind the mess. I've got a system. Funny you ask, because I'd like to know too. He owes me a sizable debt. I don't want to be mixed up.
好，我用脑控。
I think you may be right. I hear you. All right. Fine, fine. I don't know where he is, but ask Lizzie up at the bar. She knows everybody.
这个任务一直要找。
You sure you got the right person? Me? Borrow from Helgi?
We just need someone to serve as his character witness. Given your long...
Sure. I can say a few words. I like Helgi. But fair warning, if I'm testifying under oath, it'll be full of the...
Wouldn't expect anything less.
Finally starting to cool off.
Apparently the corporate execs are talking about building their own priority...
Chronicles of the Mech Riders.
You been up there? Good luck.
Let me sell it to you. Action, adventure, heartbreak, humanity at its absolute most raw. Ever since I left the military, I've been thinking about interviewing other mech pilots about what it was like to experience the... and what it's been like for us ex-pilots since mech...
Just take my cred stick already.
Well, in the bold future where the book's done and I don't have to track packages for a living anymore, I'll happily sign your copy. Now, what can I do for you?
他是个作者。
When folks lose a limb, some get ghost sensations. Feel like the limb's still there. Well, imagine that across your whole body. When you're strapped in long enough, you and your machine, you grow to understand each other. What the machine can take and keep going, and what the human can. We'd even sleep in our mechs so we could deploy faster. And since they were a hell of a lot more comfortable than the cots the UC issued, you spent your life cradled in the arms of a war machine. That's what it's like to pilot a mech, and that's what I want to write about. Sailing across the settled systems, hunting down all these other pilots, it's not going to be cheap. That's why I'm living in scenic Gagarin, and not, say, downtown New Atlantis. Every spare credit goes right into the book fund. Of course, I don't exactly mind living in the same town where my mech was built, either. But once I've got enough, I'm gone. The armistice that ended the colony war put plenty of new laws into place. You'll get into trouble for even having mech components on your... So those of us that made on... Which is how I went from driving a 1500 horsepower battle frame. Later.
I don't miss all the extra heat from the old forges.
Looking for a drink? Don't serve anything fancy, so if you're about to ask for wine spritz or whatever, you... Not as a rule, no. Just the ones that come to Gege. And those folks usually ask... Well, then make yourself count. Ah, yes. The detectives. I heard about you.
A reputation already? I'm impressed.
Slow news day, I guess. I serve drinks here. We serve drinks here. Here's a list of our... Oh, that's... Here, let me fix that. Don't worry.
Oh, right. Oh, here you go, Captain.
The service I provide? Don't think I'm desperate. Hold on. I'm glad you understand the position. All right, all right. Sending the coordinates now. Wait, so let me get this straight. You want the bar... All right, I'm no lawyer, but seems like a bad move. Also...
If it's about creds...
As long as I'm still alive to spend it, but fine. Bottoms up. See ya.
I wonder if that something I can do for you.
These days. I could put up with some dust. Well, different dust.
他在这个城市。他在的地方好诡异，这么神秘。哦，原来他在这里。
I don't suppose you're here to tell me I've won a ticket to a new planet, huh?
Sorry, Doctor. Not today. We came to Gagarin to investigate Irvin Mandani's contract with the mining company a long time ago. Ring any bells?
Irvin, yeah. Biologist. Hunter. I remember him. Why? Who are you people? Nah, I don't trust you. I don't even know you. So take a long spacewalk with an empty tank, will you?
Please. Irvin was once one of your colleagues. He was the one Hephaestus blamed for an ecological disaster about 20 years ago. Do you remember any of that?
No, I don't remember lies.
Evan 是 Barrett 的老公 ，Barrett 不是个男的吗？OK， we try to prevent. OK， 看一下这个。
It's been 20 years.
20 年的案子，这有点久。
Look, I know this is strange, we show up out of the blue about things that happened decades ago. But right now, nobody save us knows the truth. And that means we're the only ones who can clear Irvin's name.
And what of it? You probably think this... Well, you'd be wrong. It's whatever color Hephaestus says it is.
Only if you let them. You're a scientist. Your words matter. That's why we need you to testify.
Testify? The trial is over, the verdict rendered. In case you two clowns... Because I tried before, and they threatened me. 20 years, they said, if I ever left Gagarin, they... I left my wife to protect her. She didn't deserve any. Ellie Yankton. But why? I cannot do that. Why is this? Huh. She shouldn't. Damn right it does. I just... Fine, you've convinced me. I'd be willing to testify on... Because when he disappeared... Let's just... Hephaestus didn't need to say a word.
Dr. Hawkson, it wasn't Hephaestus that took Irvin's life. It was the war. Irvin was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Caught in the crossfire.
Then I am sorry for your loss. It won't change the past. And maybe, forever, Irvin.
Thank you, Doc.
Yeah, don't get all much.
好，说服他愿意出庭，愿意作证，当年发生什么事？这是什么地方？为什么下面是？有点像个矿井。
My mom said the other day she's going to ship me off to Neon.
Helgi agreeing to testify.
因为才10点多，好像有点早。好像这可以打别的游戏。
Okay, you two, lay it on me. Did you find Helgi? Did he agree to testify?
Well, we've got good news and... Well, that's it. Just more good news.
Okay. Does that mean he said yes? Then we better hope that our other evidence... Wait, the bartender? Aren't we trying to convince people Helgi doesn't have a drinking problem? I appreciate the effort, but that might not have been the best choice. Well, you two have done all that you could.
What do you think, Ellie?
You've done a pretty decent job gathering evidence.
So what's the verdict?
I am cautiously optimistic we can win this case.
Optimism is good.
好像没有选对，不应该选那个
Helgi agreeing to
bartender。
testify is a great help. We might need witnesses to vouch for his character, though.
Okay, you two, lay it on.
Well, we've got...
Okay.
比较想这个完美结案。
Interesting. Clint's an institution here on Gagarin, but I don't know if his perception of Helgi lines up with... Well, you two have done all...
What do you think, Ellie?
You've done a pretty decent job gathering...
So what's the verdict?
I am cautiously optimistic we can win this case.
Optimism is good, especially from you, Ellie.
We'll likely be able to clear Irvin's name and charge Hephaestus with a number of crimes. The only challenge I see is getting all of that and recompense for Helgi. But all in all, though, really outstanding work. We wouldn't have gotten this, and I've got to imagine that wherever Irvin is...
Agreed, Ellie. And thanks for being... We should probably get out of Ellie's way and let her do her thing. We can talk more in private. Wow, we actually did it! Solved the case, and hopefully cleared Irvin's name. I feel like, what's the old saying? A great weight has been lifted off my shoulders? But it's actually true. I feel like I'm... Thanks. I was trying not to be too optimistic, but I think it's okay in this case. I'm feeling... Why stop at emotion? But if I can be serious for a moment... That makes 2 of us. 3 if you count Harvey. And who wouldn't? He's practically family. In fact, Harvey's got a little explorer in him too. According to this slate I found, turns out that our spiky friend's been all across the galaxy. You know what? He just might. But it's probably best you chart the course. Harvey doesn't do well with things that require hands. We've been through a lot, haven't we? I had forgotten what it was like to work with someone so closely. On top of everything else we've done together and with investigating Irvin's case, I've come to realize that some events... Is it? Well, I suppose I should just keep going. To be who we are and... And the definition of that changes for everybody. If one is fortunate, you might even notice events. You seemed so skeptical of Constellation when we first started working. I've explored many worlds, but you have changed me as a person forever. I don't want to look back years from now and wonder what if.
哦，这个现在就是选择。对，就是选是做朋友还是做情侣。当然是做朋友了，我要选也要选个女的。
You took the words right out of my mouth. Now, mind if we get back to exploring this beautiful...
We should catch up sometime. Later.
我在想要多解一次，多解一下主线，还是怎样？ 好像还蛮多东西可以解。好，解一盒这个，再看。
I have something for you.
还是你想看打恐怖游戏？我都可以啊，其实因为一直打同一个游戏，其实虽然没有到闷，但是就前2天我特别是昨天，我一边打一边发困。你看我有时候打了，在走到一半突然停了，就是可能刚好就睡着了。 只是有时候睡着时间很短，就大概睡着过5秒就突然醒了。我为什么会睡着？为什么走了一半路都可以睡着？就很夸张。看一下，这里不是有这是什么东西？这个有多。 这种东西悬浮，哇！这个草怎么浮在天空上？哦，看一下，我看一下那个distortion， 要找，好像是这里吧 ？anomaly 不是，它应该是个高塔来的。 这边去，这星球还不错，环境虽然到处都是土。哦。 中毒了！
One of my first jobs was scanning everything on lifeless moons. Boring? Peaceful is more like it.
一边走路一边扫。 哎，有了，等一下。就是看这个，它有点那个圈圈在动的时候，就是感受到那种异常重力。这不是我来的地方。在这边。这边吧。找这种超能力超花时间的。整个游戏有24种超能力。这些树啊，什么都很高啊，挡住我看不到高塔类的东西。我就找一个高塔，应该没有问题。这就挡住我看不见。啊！去一个比较高的地方看，这个也不是受伤。哇，中好多毒，又烧伤又肺又烂了。等一下，烧伤肺烂。我记得有一种药会全治，这个好，全治，超强的药。找不到，难搞。
might want this.
哎，看到了！因为刚才太大雾了，突然现在雾消去了，我就看到了。找超能力就要找这个塔。哎。 都不见了。超酷了，其实这个地点是非常酷的，不知道之前你有没有看过？来见证一下学习超能力的过程。 这是要一直碰这些白点点，就是要以最快的速度。就是如果你点到的次数太短，不是，就是隔太久，它就好像会往前一个退。 就是要快，对不对？他每次玩这里就会发困，因为他这个音乐的频率会让人很易睡觉。找不到，就这个呜呜呜的，这个呜的声音，刚超催眠的。 不知道这个会学到什么样超能力，就大概要触碰20次，所以如果很晚玩的话，很容易会想睡觉。我试过抓到一半睡着，超好笑，就突然为什么我在这里睡着？ 如果你像我那样用那种很好的音响来听这个游戏声音，你会发现这个游戏的声音很厉害。哦，可以了，就是它音乐的全频率做得非常好，而且它有的低频啊那些全部都分录非常清晰，而且场面打很大的声音。 它是属于那种很高品质的录音来。
I think everybody in Constellation dreams of this moment.
对啊，就这样。哦， Guardian 出现了，真的耶，就是之前玩就是那个星之子会出现。等一下 ，Greater Peace， 我学了哪一个是新的？等一下，就是一直获得这些能力，开始那些星之子就会来阻止我。等一下，但我不知道哪个是新的，感觉每个都差不多。好像这个是新的，没关系，我保留用退的。哇！打死他会获得一个 Quantum Essence， 我不知道什么叫 Quantum Essence， 看一下是不是这里可以用？不是对呀，这个是怎么用？ Quantum increase Starborn power regeneration speed for 60秒。哦，对，这个不要浪费。学到就没有了。对，就大概花个5分钟去过关才关。 但是有很差嘛，也不至于很差，只是会困。过第一次玩觉得还不错，但是每次都一样，就觉得好想睡觉。看一下我有什么样。还是我过主线也可以。这里很多支线的触发，有快20个。 再拿2个能力。
Hey, you might want this.
这是主线。为什么 EF 不开？这样盾有开最大。去哪里？为什么不知道我要去哪里？其实这不算浪费时间，如果你玩过那个。 这个叫什么Mass Effect 的外传，叫那个叫什么？叫 Andromeda 仙女座。哇，它里面如果你想拿100%成就，里面的东西才真的叫浪费时间，超浪费时间。就是花很多时间在弄一些很无意义的东西。 包括扫描情形。为什么来到这里？来这里干嘛？好像有地方。这里是要打敌人。 哦，是什么？对。是飞手。Pirate。嘿嘿
Let's end this.
呜呼！好久没有用这个能力。 好可怜啊！又捡那些什么垃圾？我要捡那些垃圾。哎，卡住了。这个游戏有一个问题，就是当你不是站在平地的时候，你是没办法跳的。不能说是 bug， 是这个游戏的设计有问题，绝对不是 bug， 我觉得是设计的缺陷。完了，这太快了。哎，好像拿了个成就，看不清楚。哇！有没有过重？就刚才忘记把东西放船上，好多书。这很诡异，他做食物做的这么真实。这一点就很非常的 fall out。哎，不要挡在我前面。
Won't even start.
Space， 这是什么东西啊？哇，这样收到什么时候啊？哇！
That didn't take long at all.
哎呦，哎呦！这不行。
哎，
开手开到怀疑人生。3个。
Hey, look up there. You see that computer too? Could be powered.
Time to earn a living.
斧头砍我。
Take care of yourself, Dusty.
要变钱，这每次都在我捡东西的时候就出现在我面前挡镜头，就那种很讨厌的人才会这样。谁让你爬起来？哦，这把8000哦，算了，不捡。2.8可以，轻的就捡一捡，重的就不要。哦，这本书 Astronomer。 增加攻击力，这个是个应该好东西在里面。废，受这么严干嘛？这么些没用。这层没什么东西。 自我放开。哦，违禁品，要不要捡？捡，先捡。
I will not tolerate the theft of any nearby objects. Please refrain from engaging in any criminal activity. I am programmed for combat.
他要打我吗？刚好被他看到我偷东西，偷东西。 下去。
Please stand back. This unit is on patrol.
Anything worth selling or using?
Ouch! I got this!
No problem. Time to shine.
哦，这把好，这把3万多。快过重，差不多要过重。
this could connect to something over here. Well, if this doesn't work, we can always resort to the earliest of human solutions. Smash it. The disregard for human life is the real shame here. Got my undivided attention. I might have some... Not sure where this goes, but it's another option. Behold, the fortune.
bad.
就觉得这里出去有点远而已。就是现在就是在收集了一些外星遗物。
Can't retire with it, but it's a nice bonus.
现在接主线就是要收集这些东西。 今晚再解一个，这两个解完看看护士吸不吸引我，吸引我就再打一个，再打下去，不吸引我就明天再打。嘿嘿。着火了
！Fair game。
爆炸都是同伴的事。人类。
I have something for you.
我钱。
Transferring credits. We gotta resume our patrol.
快就到了。
Good to go for landing.
Humans are bound to leave biological matter behind whenever we visit these kinds of worlds.
Talk to me, Mike. Looking for something? Till next time. Universe permitting.
这是有点像星之子的飞船欸。这个船看起来有点，哟，我觉得这个换子弹真的是太慢了。 千万不要起飞！我正在赶过来杀你了。 说不定可以抢他的船呢。嘿嘿。他的船厉害耶，看起来。千万不要走。 看起来好厉害，只是有点太远了。感觉连入口都找不到哎，这样搞。有。劫船。 哎，不行哎！这个是 Starborn Guardian 2， 真的是星之子的飞船，只是我进不去。这艘船有点厉害。 为什么在这里？全都不见了。难道他们来露营？他飞桥有点厉害。想跟这个艘船拍个照。 拍个照。其实这张图算是爆雷了，不过算了，也看不到什么。那些人也不知道去哪里。这艘船厉害，那这就是我破关会拿到的船，就是类似这一种，但是不知道是不是长这样。 它应该是有10款，每破关一次会换一款。传送回去。
Feels like we've been gone forever.
也在吧，那个船。 见了，没说错。还在，有点酷，没说错。蛮有趣的，就是我来抢这个 artifact， 他居然派几个，就是你会看到星之子在这里降落，这代表待会他要跟你一起抢，他要抢你这个东西。枪都吹走，被我打到。哎，拿了个很重的，看6.8算了。它这个基地其实很深层次，之前之前看过差不多，长一样。这一场打快一点。
Ours now.
哇！打到他的背包爆炸。默默好处就是，他得闪烁我都打不死，结果我就不知道怎么回事。隔壁有个爆炸筒炸到了，看一下我要做什么。先补个血，哎，太过分了这个爹。差点炸死！ 把东西放身上。每次一摸到这个文物，就会看到一些奇怪的影像。这个就是这个游戏的一些设定。其实这个 Calamite 这个不知道这有什么用，但是是有这种奇怪的物质的地方才会。这种文物的地方才会长这种东西。哦。这一次，这个房间就是这个基地最后的，这是 BOSS 的房间，这就是 BOSS， 东西会比较好。就这个箱子，哦，坏掉。为什么会有点 bug？ 这个怪怪的。啊，这个哎。 色。我不知道，这个厕所肯定有一些比较厉害的东西，就是怎么样都用不完的擦手纸。而且它收起来没有东西，就是一堆垃圾在里面，浪费了。Neon Gang Culture 这个刷没拉出来。我就想快一点过完这一代，又不能完全忽略东西，完全忽略就也怕会 miss 掉一些重要，所以它都是就其实单纯刷宝而已。不厉害，这把185要。
Aren't using it anymore, so why not?
吓死！突然有人讲话。要出去。可以直接回去，我觉得。不行，我有违禁品，这不能飞回去。现在飞回去会被抓。等一下，我先放一下，卖一下违禁品。
I have something for you.
船上有违禁品，你一进去联邦的区域，你就会被罚款，而且会没收。这几乎是我卖违禁品必须要来的地方。
The military is nothing but not resilient.
Sell from crazy 船，而且超多杂物哦。因为每次我觉得这个是游戏应该要修改一下，每次我改完我的船上所有自带的杂物会跑到货仓，我觉得这个。还会重复出现，这违禁品把卖掉。就像那些什么花瓶啊，那些根本就没用，我帮我丢掉就好，不知道为什么他要留着。 我这把比较厉害，这把比较弱。1600，很快又破100了，现在80几万，就卖一卖，就很快破100万。哎，好啊，来退主线的。
I have something for you.
This is UC Security.
这也是被扫。
For contraband. Scan complete.
随便扫哦，船上没东西。
Hey, you might want this. Dusty! Dusty! Go do what you gotta do, friend.
他说有东西给我，结果呢，并没有东西给他。我觉得这个有点棒。
Home sweet home.
来了。
Or bittersweet home, I suppose.
Look at how far we've come. It's all becoming so overwhelming. The Starborn, the artifact visions, the music. Is it all worth it?
Mateo, are you having a crisis of faith? You?
What if the Starborn are right? What if our hunt for the artifacts is a fool's errand, doomed to failure and catastrophe?
You think we're doing the wrong thing? We just want answers. Isn't that why we all joined in the first place? The noble quest of discovery?
This is exactly what we signed up to do here. If we abandon our mission now, we're giving up on Constellation 2.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to shame either of you. Blame the workings of a worried mind. I just hope that this journey doesn't turn us into something that we wouldn't recognize from where we are now.
Hate to interrupt, but I have a favor to ask. Lot of equipment on the Eye has reached the span's end. If we're going to find more artifacts further out, we need work done. Got the nods and signs from Sarah and Walter for the materials, but I need hands. Won't be going alone. Need more than just the you and I. Asked around. A few constellations are already on their way up.
现在好像要修理，是的，修理那个的爱，就是那个人造卫星，就是因为他说他已经在看不到更远的地方有这些文物。
I know everyone's excited by the artifact. We've always considered ourselves explorers. See you later.
早睡。
Bet you never expected it. You're doing great out there.
Short-sighted， 近视。
Hey,
weld up some of these panels. Ah, I miss coming up here. We should just pick up the welder. Nothing to it. Down in a jiff. Let me just check a few more things.
If you could help me install these parts. This scanning equipment needs to be installed. I could use your help. Some of these seem to be a mixture of adapters from older tech.
这个做的太简单了。
Thank you.
往下就好。
Nice work. Didn't break your hand off.
Setting up some software. Want to test the computer over there? Now that is some fine team.
Just grab a wrench. We'll fire everything up once it's all tightened down. Lend a hand? Grab a couple of wrenches and let's tighten this equipment down. Well, I'm certain that is better.
Oh, sorry. Was doing the tallies work in my head. Inventory on the station, next supply run. You color the wrong wires. Station showing red. Bad. Nastier than I measured. Figured a few of the parts might be iffy, but this is good.
Oh, I should have checked the compatibility when we made the order. I can stay with you until we get all this fixed.
No need for the martyr's clothes, but I'm happy to have the help. As for you, while we're giving the eye the swords, need to tip your ear on another matter when you got the time.
I've got your back. So, what's new? It was nice talking to you again.
Don't want to worry anyone, but we got more competition. Not Starborn, rival collector. Captain Petrov owns a salvager vessel called the Scow. Runs it like a palace of novelties. And he's got a new prize in his collection. Reached out through my hand-to-hands to see if we can do an honest swap. He says the rock ain't for sale for any price. Think we're gonna need a crowbar and bag for this one. He's got a reputation for seeing the gold in things, but he's no lab coat. Thinking he knows it's unique, but not why. Left the life of a jack-of-ones behind myself. I know what I'm asking. But not sending you lone hook on the job. I want Andreja with you on this one. You two will be foot to foot the whole way. So make sure you're ready. As we always say, each member of Constellation is their own conscience. Jaw the words another time, then.
哎呀，要去偷东西，我觉得我要休息了。可能打，是不是打点别的？我这些东西从哪里捡的？为什么有这些东西？ No sudden move。好，这游戏先今晚打到这里。我看一下有没有精力打别的。好了，晚安。